Alright, hello, hello. I think we're back. What we're doing now is we are moving on to part 3. What we've done so far is we've started the MSQ, we've started our journey, we've made it to Charleon, we've got our level 80 kind of MSQ fork. We've done the fork where we chase the forum down and try to figure out what they're up to. And we're going to go to the other side now. We're going to do the Thavnarian fork. And I don't know how long that'll take, but that'll probably encompass part 3, and we'll see what we're doing after that. Oh, and thank you for the welcome back. Welcome back to you as well. And while we were down and I was making dinner, I went back and handed in that quest we were missing, picked up the ether current we were missing, did the inventory stuff, so we're all kind of cleared up and caught up and ready to go. So let's just see where we end up now. Cool, Darth. I know you're in the same area, so I imagine I'll see you on and off. And no, I have not gotten to the first dungeon yet, Casca. I imagine even the dungeons are going to be a little slower for me than most people as I go through it, because I'm going to be using trusts, and they fight a little slower than most, but it enables me to kind of look at the surroundings and screw up without feeling too bad about it. Confluence. What is this? Oof, Casca, 4,500 people in queue? Like we're getting another cool mid 2.0 throwback. We're gonna flesh out some of the lore about Moonbreeda, it looks like. Looks like we might be using some of the same unorthodox use of aetherite technology. Get up there. Ah, this is the building I wandered into earlier. Hearing that track from 1.0 gets me every time. Like, feels like I'm transported back to 2011. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, I like this person. Kite, I like you. Based on the places we went in this expansion, linking together the relationship between Charlian and Radzatan so that they have like a closer connection is actually pretty cool. Like, it makes sense in a way. So they're coming up with a new way of using aetherites where instead of the person having to attune to each aetherite, the aetherites are tuned to each other and you can just kind of bounce between them. Then confirming that an accident has continued to impair his ability to channel ether. I heard that question come up a few times. Is that still the limitation? Is that specifically what his limitation is? So good to have that confirmed again. Jeez, Murph and Koska having trouble. I'm surprised Primal's that high. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. No, you, I like you. You're a cool NPC. Important people who are working here have resigned to assist the forum in their secret project there. Estinian's not going to join the test. He's been there. He's doing it the normal way. The Aetherite people, yeah, he mentioned that they were associated with the group that Moon Burrito was part of. And that he hasn't really...
We're all set. Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Hey, I remember the symptoms from the Darkhold. No, you can't. No, uh-oh. The list of symptoms was unpleasant. I like the little war map a lot.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Yes!
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
I'm gonna have to dig it up because I don't remember the context. But we actually did joke about someone being force teleported and vomiting into a bush, and it was a total shitpost. And I don't remember if this context matches the context of the joke at all, but it's still lovely to see the event actually happen in the game. It's really, really funny.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Depends on what you get.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Okay. Now that we're out of the cutscene and we have a kind of a minute to run through some of the stuff. I think in trying to analyze from the first mention of Thavnair and Radzatan, what the culture was going to be like, I feel like I went back and forth a dozen times on whether it was going to be kind of a pan-Middle Eastern thing like Whitegate, or whether it was going to skew closer to South Asia, India, that area. And to hear that it's two cultures who were at war until they like blended into something like unique makes me wonder if that's why it always felt like we had to figure out which one of the cultures it was going to be, because it wasn't one of them. And yes, it doesn't look like we're going to be meeting Moonbreeda's parents yet. They are off doing something for the forum. And it's nice that like we remember her legacy, because it did feel like less like we were losing someone who was important to us and more like we were getting exposition about the Scions as they related to each other by watching them lose someone who was important to them. And it's cool that we remember that and talk about her a lot, but I really would have rather just keep her longer than 2 patches. She would have made an excellent Scion. Like, her dynamic would have just brought a lot to the table, I think. And yeah, I'm really interested in hearing why Emmett Selk is why Emmett Selk is talking like this. Whether he's like, my theory was when I heard his voice in the trailer, like the easiest thing, the thing that requires the least lifting, is that he's talking to us from inside the Azem stone, because there's a shade of him or something in there. But he's like gleefully talking about stuff about a world that he allegedly kind of didn't like. So the context of it is a little weird, and I'm excited to see what that is all about. Makes you wonder how much Justinian spent on all that octopus. Actually, for this expansion, I'm not pondering my orb. The orb is acting as a stand. I am pondering my Vana mask is what I'm pondering this time around. Because remember, if the ship goes down, I've got to go down with it. Team Hydaelyn all the way. But my miniature desktop pondering orb is acting as a stand for the mask for now. I'm sure once we get through the main scenario, there will be plenty to ponder on. I love seeing Aether Sickness depicted in the game, because we've always heard about it. It's always been a threat, but we've never actually encountered it before. I'm gonna pull up a line from 1.0 real quick. If I can search it up real quick, because I've got everything kind of foldered away. Yeah, here we go. Causing dizziness, paranoia, temporary paralysis, apoplexy, jaundice, blood in one's stew, other unpleasant side effects. Sending good juju to my friends in the queue. I really love the number of like comic relief music tracks we have for when we're like doing something that's not necessarily Hildebrand levels of comedy, but general tomfoolery. Yes, that's the vibe. General tomfoolery. Yeah, it is interesting to hear the Kurithus music out of nowhere. Before it was used for anything, I used to use it for the house music. They really did put a lot of thought into kind of the way they were going to balance and polish this. At the same time, we're getting character development on Estinian that he's actually even worse with money than Alphen and is willing to take merchants at their words and can't really seem to tell when people are lying. And at the same time, we're learning that something must be going on in Thavnair for people to be trying to make money this hard and screw people over this bad. Estinian claims to have been rocking the ponytail for a long time. We just didn't see it. Really, really love the colorful sands and the strata of the rock. Where's that giant skull? Looks like it might be over there. We'll get to it then. Suddenly I feel like I'm in like late 90s, early 2000s Final Fantasy. Like, remember when it was just everything was super unnecessarily colorful? Okay, so information hint number 1. A lot fewer people coming through here. A lot less things being sold. Sounds like some of the more unscrupulous people are trying to take control of what is left, perhaps. Ah, there we go. There's the giant skull thing. I have a fond association with Giant Skull because of 1.0. Like, they were just out of nowhere one day. Here are new weapons made of this really cool purple rock from the middle of nowhere you've never heard of. And he went out to an island and beat up all these NMs, and that's what she got at the end of it. To this day, I should still have the Thaumaturge one we got as a free company. Let's see. Yep, that's the only one I never got rid of. Same one I won with you guys back then. Yeah, I think it was called Skirmish, where we went out to the Sealed Allays, or... We are old, dude. We are very old. Old as the hills. Oh, don't tell me your kid's age. No, I'm aging in real time. I just remember, I still remember the excitement of being like, you guys being ready to try to have a kid. You can't tell me he's 8. So yeah, it looks like the tower and the fiends and all that kind of stuff have driven business out totally. Yeah, like comparing things like in real life terms to the timeline of 14 is one of the ways I can kind of keep it straight. Because something important seems to happen in 14 every time something seems to be a transition period in my life, so it's really easy to mark them down like that. I can remember being in one of my first classes at a new college campus at like whatever o'clock in the morning, trying to quietly watch the first ever letter from the producer live. It's nice to see the Matanga as people, not just out there trying to stomp some Zayla. Dang, that's a glam Cacturot Jones. Oh, I love this game. Obsolete androids. Ooh. Cool. This doesn't count as a town? Oh, we're not actually in there yet. Okay. So now we've come to Thavnair, and now our first goal is to teach a Matanga how to sell fish. Okay. As an old comedian taught me, give a man a fish. Now that man knows where to come for fish. Teach a man to fish, and you've just destroyed your entire market base. That is rule number 1. Market word music. I didn't even remember that this was market word music. How could you do that to me? How could you remind me of that? In 1.0, I thought this song was great too, because it's like a mix between like the old Sims music and like a old school home shopping network music. One fish down. Wait, Jay, what happened to you? Did you not actually succeed in selling fish? Is that an option? Like, what happens if you don't? It lets you fail them? Oh god, now the pressure's on. 1 out of 3? Oh man. Now I'm all up in my head with my trouble. He just accepts that you suck. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, pressure's on. I gotta really try this time. Oh, I failed one. To get the guy to tell you his life story until he realizes how bad he wants to fish one worked so good the first time. I thought it would work again, but no. You just got all up in the chat and then wandered away. Alright. Take 3. Alright, we got a stomach ache. And it'll solve that fish! I'm gonna regret this. If it was my first instinct to say it as a shitpost, it shouldn't be the right answer. And yet, it's been the correct lore guess pretty much every time for the past 6 months, so... No, we can't afford it. Circumstances are gonna get worse. Working as hard as you can. Better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? Stockpiling food, like my fish! By stockpiling supplies. Yes! Yes! Stockpile supplies, like my fish! How about some fish? I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. Oh, I failed again! Why'd you have to get all up in my head by telling me I could fail these? I did. I got one. By accident. Note to self, I do not have the Thavnarian sales touch. Too used to selling things to people in Mordona. Well, I'm still liberator of nations, rider of dragons, stealer of pants. Just not seller of fish. Thank you for being inspired by my failures, Matsuya. I'm gonna have to go through and figure out what the dialogue options are if you just nail all the sales. And this is so sad. Let's just go blow up the tower. We do stuff like this all the time. Oh, side quests. Meh runner. Not very good at running. Ooh. Old school crate running. 2 minutes on the clock. Wouldn't be coming to a new town if we didn't have to haul cargo. They're going pretty easy on. It's a really pretty zone to see a sunset in. Damn. Really? It had me kill 2 mobs called Cachapas? And it's called shelling out and not rock the Cachapa. Shelling out's okay. I'll take it. Geez, you're still trying to get in, Murph? Hey, welcome back, Nell. You have missed us commit to coming to a new place. They launched us over here in a way that is unfamiliar travel. Everybody got sick, and now we're just kind of settling into the new port, doing some side quests. I mean, I could call you Lenny, too. I know you go by that sometimes. But yes, I always shorten people to, like, the first syllable of their name first. Which, as someone who is Onwill, who is called Anne or Annie for so long, I shouldn't do that. So what do you want? Lenny? Lenny is best. Got it. Ooh, this here's kind of big. So this is a forked quest. Like we did half of the other zone. I imagine we're only going to be doing half of this zone, right? Quiet you, I'm lying in wait. So far, side quests are just continuing on the trend of just pointing out how bad things have been since the tower showed up. Ow. Anything for chicken tikka. I know you're supposed to pick either the food that's going to help your job or money, but I'm just going to pick Archon Loaf every time. Stepchild. Alright, I like that one. The general pattern when you come to a new place is there's kind of a whole bunch of flavor side quests that teach you little things about what the town is like. And then there's one main quest where you make a couple friends and solve a problem. And it looks like the problem in this particular hamlet is going to be focused on exploring that these Matanga are different than the ones we've met on the steppe who just want to stomp Zayla all day. Usually these end up being a couple quests in a row too. Yeah, there's been a lot of 1.0 music in this zone. Lenny, in the expansion 2 expansions ago, we went to a place called the Azim Steppe where her people are from. And in that place, these elephant-looking people are also there. And the elephant people that are there, like, exist solely to stomp her people. They just, like, every time they see them, they just want to hunt them down and kill them for fun. There's just this non-stop bloodlust for their people. And so she believes that these people are also a threat. Trying to explain it in like terms that a non-14 player could understand, because I know that you haven't played this one very much. I don't have anything against cursing. I mean, try not to be a jerk. Like, swearing around people and swearing at people is a little different. Try to be judicious and not a dick, and I don't have any qualms with swearing. You've been in the queue this entire chat, right? We've been here for like an hour. Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. My experience was I had about an hour of non-stop 2002s, but once I could get through the 2002 wall, I got right in without much trouble. I know some people whose like the queue was resetting and it was throwing them out mid-queue, and that all sounds horrible. 2002 is a lobby server error that they're encountering right now. Our theory for what's going on, I don't know if it's been confirmed or denied yet, is that there are more people in the player queue than were ever designed to be. That's the theory I saw go by. Don't know if it's true. Like a Stack Overflow, that's a good comparison. Yeah, it's kind of what we're thinking. But I mean, it's just kind of the first idea that pops into your head when you know some people are making it into a queue and some people are getting a lobby error, right? Like you got to try to figure out what the hell's going on. They were worried about stability issues, and it seems like things are stable. It's just that they haven't been able to increase the limit, so people who are over the limit are still getting screwed trying to get in. I'm actually curious what of the American data centers is currently the hardest one to get into, especially with so many new players on Aether. And so many general players on Crystal. 107, you can do it! I believe. Oh no, not this crap again. Yep. Can't talk to the NPC because someone else's mobs will hit me. Go, 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 go! Take 3. There we go. I remember in 2.0 there was one of those right outside of Limsa where the cutscene was so long and the mobs spawned so often that like half of the people who were showing up couldn't get out of it for a while. Oh, oh, look, we're improving. It's like exposure therapy. We're not cowering anymore. This is actually kind of a nice balance in themes of the side quests. Like, we've already hammered so hard, towers show up, business go away, and we're so used to the Matanga just being Zayla slayers that having the longer quest line with the cutscenes and the forging of relationships and stuff be a Zayla and a Matanga from here is pretty cool. Now we're comfortably facing away. Oh, hey Murph. It is Aqua. He is here. How far are you in the MSQ, Aqua? Couple ahead? Okay. I really like the design of these boats. These are cool boats. Dude, not having work tomorrow is the best feeling, Lenny. And I get to feel that for a few more days, aside from some back to paperwork, because I'm taking my first days off in 3 or 4 years. I think I took 1 or 2 days off for something else in the middle of my internship. But yeah, anyway, it's been a while. Wait, Rockle, how are you so far ahead of me in the MSQ, but I'm doing stuff you haven't done? Did you just skip all of the like forge relationship side quests? Side quests are for second jobs. Why does everybody keep saying that? Oh, you'll actually go back for them. Fair point. I will not. I can't be trusted to skip side quests. I won't come back for them. And if I do, I won't remember why the hell we were here or what we were doing. But it is good to know that the MSQ alone will keep you ahead of the required level this time around. Usually it's a little off. Means I'll probably be doing the last few levels just throwing EXP into the garbage, but that's okay. Yeah, it's the tower, Lenny. I'll get a look at it in a second for you. I'll try to give you like a quick and dirty rundown of the story with these things. A long, long time ago, there used to be like one world, and now the world is in 14 separate broken dimensions, and everything in the original world has been broken into 14 pieces. But back when it was one world, they had this disaster where everyone would hear this weird keening sound, and then they'd lose control of these really cool creation magics they had that would let them just kind of be gods and create whatever they wanted. And it caused them to lose control of it, and it would create their nightmares and destroy them all and throw their whole world into chaos. And so that's when their world started to fall apart. And now these things have appeared, and it's like someone's trying to replicate that disaster. They keep calling it the second coming of the final days. The art for that actually looks like a bunch of the Matanga, the elephant people, have been stuffed into it to power what's going on in there. I imagine we'll be going in there at some point. It's big enough to accommodate a dungeon. Oh, hello, Lemon. Welcome back. We did the Forum arc before. We are doing the Thavner arc now. Oh no, you're in queue, Savage, too? Murph just got out of there. What number are you at? Oh my god, sending good juju. At least if anybody can make a good cocktail for the wait, it's you. It's silly, but like these one quest line, or the one quest line where you have like cutscenes and bring people together, is usually my favorite part of every zone. There's always something very Warrior of Light about it, like the essential core of what we do. Like we can just come here and it's like, oh, we can make a Zayla and a Matanga friends. And usually the relationships that we forge end up playing off of each other in a way that enables us to achieve victory in the end, so I'm sure we're going to see half of these people. How very a Zem of me. That's the theory, anyway. I do think one of the more fun twist endings for this would be, like, the inheritor of a Zem blazing the impossible third path no one saw coming. Like, bringing people together to beat something, the sound, in an unexpected way. Yes, I did get my hat back. It was a cute headband, but so I could stand not having to teleport to town. And oh, it's Hammy. How many times have you changed your name, Hammy? I'm just gonna start calling you Ham Jammer Lammy. Wait. See a friend in public. Must / salute. There we go. Yeah, a couple of the friends from the FC who are here have actually been on this journey for as long as I have. They have been in this group with us for all 11 years. All the way back to 1.0, finding new and interesting ways to break the already broken. The only thing that could be on like more on brand is if today is the day we find out what happened to Mickey. This guy who was disappeared like right after the game launched. He was on every single day, all day, and then one day he just vanished. And we're so confused about what could have happened to him that I've left him on the free company rank for dead people just in case. Okay, so what's going on in this quest is we have we've helped the Zayla girl, Ogle, kind of overcome her fear of the Matanga and make some friends here just in time for the Matanga friends to get robbed. So she's going to get justice for them. And yeah, Hammy, this is the one multi-part side quest that's about building relationships in every area. There's always one. It's the one with the cutscene preview on the name of the quest when you accept it. That one always ends up being 2 or 3 quests. Also, I'm going to try to repeat this every hour or two. If you're here in the chat and you can't talk, because I've got it on emote-only mode to avoid like unexpected spoilers or anything like that, but you've been hanging out for a while and you wish you could chat, if you come into the Discord that is linked below this video, and just like click the "Hi, I'm hanging out here. I agree not to be a jerk," and tell me who you are on Twitch, I will give you the ability to chat. This is just to prevent people from wandering in and saying stuff and ruining my experience here. Welcome back, Lenny. The fish elephant is my favorite. If you weren't here for it, Rockle, I failed 2 of the 3 sales. You got 3 out of 3? How? How are you the best at selling fish of everyone we know? How did you... What was your secret? Like, how did you get into the Thavnarian frame of mind for selling fish? I'm an Uldan. Fair. Fair. I'm going to accept that as an answer without any more exposition. An old on and a fisherman. I'm a fisherman too. I've been a fisherman. My first 50 was fish, thank you. Oh, you too? Your first 50 was fish? Did you use the same trick I did where they added level 10 fishing holes to the game but didn't put any level 100 fish in them so you could fish like kelp naked for maxi XP? Oh, the person robbing everyone might be a miner. I had like an alarm set and a place I'd go in Morabi Bay. And every day I would go out there and I would fish to the maximum number of catches you could catch before fatigue set in. And it just happened to be that fish leveled faster than everything else I was doing with leaves. And I kept all the kelp, and then they added a way to synth fish into crystals. And you used lightning crystals to run the synth. And kelp was lightning crystals in, lightning crystals out. So it was like 6 crystals in, 12 crystals out. So I just like doubled all of the kelp into lightning shards and sold all the shards, turning them into other shards. Just made a ton of money off of my naked kelp extravaganza. And then I pissed all that money away fighting Von Darnus. The sheer amount of gil it cost me to beat that fight is why I've never taken the damn earrings off one time. Wearing them since the day I got here. Good luck and Godspeed to you too, Rockall. Yeah, they did go and cheapen the White Ravens. They didn't even give them away as a replica. They just gave them away as the as the real one. And in your scarf too. You were like one of the first people to win the Scarf of Wondrous Wit. Like in the world, I'll vouch for you. I remember that. I was there. I seen it. They have a habit of making hard to procure items easier to get in general, but these ones were not supposed to be like that. The White Ravens were supposed to be a one-time only offer for beating the hardest fight 1.0 could possibly handle, the system could possibly handle. And they just kind of gave it away in a holiday event years and years later. And it makes it really confusing to tell then who got it at the event and who got it from the fight, because there's no achievement associated with the fight either. So it's really like you just can't tell legitimate ones from not legitimate ones anymore. Yoshida apologized for it. He said he just didn't like have the forethought of it at the time. The Scarf of Wondrous Wit was for a contest, and it was very hard to get. And as time went on, there were more and more contests, and then they even had you be able to get one just for turning in tokens one time for a short period. Yeah, he won it in a voice acting contest, like back when it was brand new. He was one of the first people to get it. He was very, very proud of it. He wore it everywhere. This is like before glamour existed. Which voice acting contest was that? Was that the Garleans came from the north one? Okay, so despite there having been a lot of textiles, most of that was just we're closing in on catching the killer. Or, killer? The thief. I've been watching too much Netflix crime documentary, sorry. It just despawned the item for a pickpocket. That was cool. Follow your quarry from a safe distance. Oh no. I think I'm bad at these. Audio problem fixed. Can you hear me now? Oh no, I went to fix the thing and took my eyes off the boy. He really is good at this. So he's probably gonna get away again, and then I'll just repeat all the stuff I said when the audio wasn't working. Oh, there he is. Yes. So it was failing basic cognitive function tests, like face the direction he went in the cutscene. And oh, there we go. There, no more mechanics that require things like thinking and attention. Just follow the arrow, punch things. That's where I'm at right now. Ogle beat me here. Good job. Okay, after a long series of side quests, Zayla and Matanga get along. We've solved the thief mystery of this place, and we have cleared the map of side quests, most importantly, back to MSQ. And the MSQ is kind of still in the early stages of this place. We're still like settling in and exploring. It's been a while since anything kind of connected to the plot of what we expected going in and knew going in has happened. Still in the very early stages of the story. Huh. As if on cue. Suddenly we have Garleans tempered by the tower situation. Yeah, this zone is gorgeous. They did a really good job, not just making the culture itself colorful, but to kind of weave it into everything in their environment, like the lines of color in the sand, the flowers and the grass, the way that the hills have the gradients in them, the glow on the giant skull. Like we were here for sunset a little while ago, and sunset was gorgeous here. And Deli, I've seen you reacting for a while. I'm gonna like unlock your chat thing too. It doesn't seem like you've come here to spoil. Unless you like running the long con. Another inference pans out. Easy as that. They're kidnapping Matanga, stuffing him in the tower, and simulacra of their gods are appearing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lemon. I'm sending good juju to everybody stuck in Q hell. Being 2002'd out of Q is... like, I'm frustrated vicariously for people on that one, because, like, the entire point of a queue is you're waiting your turn in line. And when it doesn't count for anything... like, I understand it's just a computer program. Like, fairness isn't baked into a computer program. But... psychologically, it's frustrating. Yeah, it seems like the time people are trying to get in matters a lot. It kind of lends credence to the theory that what's happening is that the queues are longer than the queue system is intended to handle. Oh. I saw one of those earlier and I wasn't sure what it was. Oh, it's a Reaper skill? I haven't checked out anything but the MSQ yet. Awesome. Okay, so we came here to hear about the local gods because that's probably what the tower is going to create because they've been kidnapping locals and shoving them in there. Um, and we just got this whole history about how there's kind of two classes of gods, some that look like men and some that look like beasts. But after warring, they've like traded body parts and traits so that they could have both might and wisdom. And all of this was a setup to being able to put the Magus sisters into Final Fantasy XIV in their like traditional old school concept art looks, which this is. I've always wondered how they would ever get the Magus sisters into this game. This is very creative. The Manusia. Uh-oh. Dragons occupy a special place in their history, and I assume mythology, and I assume the tower is gonna pick up on that. It is said the ancestor of the ruler of Azathan forged a covenant with a dragon. Oh, is this how we get Vritra into the story? The ruler is ever in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Awesome. I guess that leaves Azdaja to the New World. Ah, Broil 4. Ooh, Art of War 2. What? Broil Mastery. Oh, well, yeah, that kind of goes. Art of War Mastery. Cool, cool. Ring. Earring. We're one wrist piece away. The great work. The new side quests creeping up on me, right? Alright. The music for this place blends really well into the background until it hits that really catchy hook and then it pulls me right in. Ah, the blue crabs we were talking about killing by the hundreds of thousands. Look at that. Look at that sunset out here with all these colors. Love this place. Anyway, it's also really nice to be back on the source, filling out more of the map that we knew. Because, I mean, a lot of stuff on the first was absolutely gorgeous, and I think they could get away with being a little more fantastical with it because of, like, the status quo on that world and everything that had happened to it, but being able to see the beauty in the world that we've been trying to flesh out the map of this whole time is really nice. Ooh, I really like this, the way that we come through this. This reminds me of 1.0 Thanalan. Actually, I think these might be the old rocks from 1.0 Thanalan. Just with more colors. And some of the 1.0 Them's Elements beach stuff put into them, maybe?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
This is supremely creepy.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
This is a day of celebration.
Praise be to Cinderuva!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
I'm very uncomfortable.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Are we just gonna like vibe shift away from the fact that y'all were sleeping on the ground in your clothes when I got here?
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Looked like Black Rose had hit this place. I might be willing to let it go if you'll give me that emote. I love the fact that, like, they're alchemists. Almost kind of explains it. A lot of the alchemists in this game are kind of nutty. Pray pay me no mind. You are a supremely creepy child who has been giving side eyes and strange tones since you got here. I'm going to pay you all the mind. Literally, like all of it. I'm not even going to pay mind to the fact that everybody was sleeping when I got here anymore. Why are they using the word tempered? Yeah. Creaky rattan. This is a papasan chair. Hmm? So they're going to pretty great lengths to use dragon scales to create a talisman that nullifies the effects of the tower. Which I suppose would be the most sensible method if you couldn't get close enough to smash it. That's my first instinct. Let's just go break stuff. Are there ether currents here? Oof, yeah, forgot about that. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Always confidence inspiring. Follow the lead, try not to fall behind. Whoa! Get some sleep, Jay. Thanks for popping in. I'll catch you later. Oh my gosh, am I finally about to get to the first dungeon of this story? Nope. Wow. Whoa. Art of War 2 looks cool. Good view.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether.
Oh, that would explain why they hate them so much. Nice.
Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Pure man.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Owen.
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Thoughts on that? I don't know. I've had a lot of thoughts about kind of Fandaniel's entire shtick this whole time. I think my biggest thought from that cutscene was I'm surprised they changed his voice. They've gone to great lengths to make that the most, like, gratingly punchable voice they could, and just as we're entering kind of the final few chapters where it'll be shining, they change it. Not that the new one, like, the difference is bad or anything, I'm just surprised. I guess they want to separate him from Asahi a bit. Yeah, he's got a punchable voice. Punchable face, punchable voice. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to make of that one scene, though I think it's kind of funny that he's like kind of falling prey to La Habrea's #1 weakness is like curiosity and experimentation, and ooh, I wonder what's going to happen. I'm sure whatever's going on with Fandaniel's going to come out of left field for me, because I'm a precedent guy, I'm an archival guy, so the only thing on my mind is that, like, I don't have any convincing reason to assume that this isn't about Zodiark for him. And so all of the things that I'm considering are tied up with how this could somehow skew into a very sideways worship of Zodiark. And so if the writers are trying to surprise me in any way whatsoever, I'm unlikely to see what it is they've come up with for Fandaniel. I think my starting theory was that because he has no real first-hand memories of the final days or connection to Amarat, that his worship of Zodiark is without the context of summoning him to save a specific world. So we would see this world, this multi-dimensional clusterfuck of everything being broken, as an aberration that needs to be fixed, and Zodiark is the one true god, the one true solution, and that the best thing to do is to destroy everything, wipe everything off the board, and let him build his own kingdom in his image. And I've been looking for anything to refute that. I haven't quite gotten there yet. And unfortunately, when your starter theory survives too long, it becomes kind of the only thing that's on your mind. So I haven't explored a lot of alternatives. A few, but not many. So my starter theory is just like, if he's still tempered by Zodiark, why wouldn't he be? And this could all just be some twisted way to make him happy. Good luck, Murph. I should turn on bits, etc. I can do that. This was planned to just be like kind of a test stream. I didn't anticipate anybody actually coming to these. I thought I was just gonna upload the VODs to YouTube and be done with it. So I set up all of the infrastructure for it, but I didn't turn any of it on. I've even got like overlays and assets for everything. But yeah, between uploading this one, like closing and uploading this one and starting the next one, I can go through and enable some more stuff if you want. Are you still playing Tatsu slots in the room you had me make? I love that they're bringing Giant Skull back into this. Those old weapons were so cool the day they came in. Oh, that's a lot of side quests all of a sudden. Oh. Okay, bodyguard for a guy harvesting grass. Easy peasy. Mango, I'm so sorry. That sucks. I feel like after the various things that have gone wrong in each one of the game launches, that this is almost part of their plan in a way. Because the game is stable enough for the people who are in it, and they just need to survive the initial blitz of everyone trying to get in at once for that first few hours. And notice how in the story we haven't actually had to do anything that requires any instancing in any way. So they can't have any like internal bottlenecks, and I think they're just trying to distribute all of their bottlenecks in different ways, and that's the one that they didn't balance quite right, the login lobby. The real question is it going to balance itself out over the coming days? Or is it going to be like this all weekend because it's a weekend? You can get back in the same place in a queue? That's good news. Oh, every time Broil gets upgraded, it gets a new sound effect. And now it sounds a little like popcorn. Shadowbringer's launch actually was very smooth. I'm curious if this one is more difficult because of the scale, like the number of people Shadowbringers brought in, plus the number of people the WoW refugees brought in, plus the number of people who've come back because this is the ending of the first big saga. I wonder if it's just even more people than they imagined. Yeah, it's kind of hard to be happy about it when it's like screwing up your own plans to enjoy it, but at the same time, technically it is a great sign that there's this many people interested in it. Especially when like the stuff Square Enix has invested in has been like so hit and miss in terms of what success it's reaping. And 14 continues to be a pretty consistent deliverer, so... Yeah, watching the Warcraft refugees make it through this story has been great because a lot of them are used to analyzing lore but know nothing about this. I mean, the only one I've spent any time with is Pyro, so I don't know how consistent that, like, how much you can generalize his experience to what we're seeing across the board. But the idea of people who are really good at picking apart stories and have no knowledge of 14 is really, really fun because they haven't seen all the ups and downs and retcons and shifts that we have. So this must, I mean, this to them must look so coherent. Like, the writers for 14 have gone to such great lengths. The amount of talent and effort invested in just making it look like they've had their shit together the whole time and this was all planned. The shape of this landscape looks so familiar. I swear these are from 1.0. Whee. I'm just gonna pretend this is a moon landscape pillow now. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into trying to find like a combination of a green screen chair, cover for the chair, pillow for the chair, layer mask for the camera, that just allowed me to sit in a very large circular chair without looking like a goof. So a lot of effort went into that, and I was worried that the pillow was going to be out of place. So the fact that people are mistaking it for a moon chair, awesome. I'm just going to pretend that was intended all along. The only thing I didn't anticipate is how loud that creaking is. That is much louder than I realized it was. Wow, one of those is way out there. Q at 74. This is it. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Congrats, Mango. That was a long wait. I'll never sleep again. I'm curious, like, this happens every time. I'm curious how many people are so traumatized from having to wait in the queue that they're refusing to log out and they're just engaging something like a trade-in NPC or a summoning bell so that they're like it'll proc them as busy if it tries to auto-log them out. Like we go through this cycle every time. This feels longer than what we were doing in Charleon. I wonder I wonder where this stops if you do this first and it sends you back when the fork is done. Oh, there was one way over there. Damn it. Okay. I'll get this one and then teleport over there, I guess. This is why I try to do the side quests one at a time. Chasing rabbits. They all get away. Hey, Muscular Alchemist. Take this perfume and douse my frail, meager body. Welcome back, Zillion. He's doing the dance. Yeah, I like the Ankylosaurus armadillo. What all has happened for me so far? So far, I came here and I did all of the side quests, which I did the, like, bringing everyone together one at the docks. Learned that there's a lot of people on hard times because of the tower. The side quests have been taking up a lot of time, so we only just got over here to see everybody looking like Black Rose hit them, but they were, I guess, just really tired from working on their alchemy talismans. I saw Fan Danny for a hot second. His voice changed, and now we're doing more side quests. I'm still gonna clear the map just because if I don't, I'm never gonna do it. I've just determined that this is the best way for me to play as a person. I remember the end of Heavensward was a little miserable for me as I was going around trying to clean up all the stuff on the map, and like half of it was out of context and I didn't know what I was doing. Just wasn't the most pleasant experience. So is this part a fork like the other part where only half of the map is accessible and it'll be very clear that I've done everything there is to do here and it'll just shit me out? Really curious where that one quest is. Draw here. Oh. Oh, this looks about right. Wait, no. No, you're just behind a pillar. The question is, have you opened your map up? I thought so, but let's do it again. Here's what we've got so far. I did all the side quests down here, and then I came up here and I'm doing stuff up here. And then I can get up here and see the view, but that's it. And then I haven't gone up the perfume rise at all yet. I have this feeling kind of creeping in behind my eyes that instead of finishing this area, taking a break, uploading the video, re-engaging, and doing the next section, what's going to happen is I'm probably going to take like a 5-minute break to stretch and get a drink, and then finish this section and all the side quests, and then maybe take a nap. Wait, what was the reward for this quest? Bracelet. Okay, there we go. I've been waiting on that bracelet for a while. How was the Ardbert drink? What is in an Ardbert drink? Ooh, grape. Now I really want a Shirley Temple. My tongue is colorblind to a lot of stuff. It thinks a lot of stuff that most people like tastes terrible, but maraschino cherries, best flavor in the world. Oh, we're actually making progress on these side quests. Turn this one in. I did say I was a hummingbird earlier, yes. The drink actually sounds really good. Get it? 'Cause of them. I keep coming here instead of the place I'm supposed to go. I can't believe I just did that twice. I need to put that word into Google Translate. Why does it say maraschino? Like, that's the more popular pronunciation, I think. Yeah? Okay. In, I believe in Italian it's ski, and I say ski just because of the, there's a book from the show Archer, where Archer makes fun of you in text, like, as you're reading the book, it's like in his voice, and he makes fun of you in the paragraph for saying bruschetta as bruschetta, because it's the more popular thing. And in parentheses, it's like, God, I bet you pronounce maraschino, or, no, actually, he tells you this about maraschino, and then in parentheses it says, God, I bet you pronounce bruschetta wrong, too. And ever since that, I've been putting a hard C on both of those, because I found that book so funny. Yes, it was like, fun fact, it's actually pronounced maraschino, not maraschino. God, I bet you pronounce bruschetta wrong, too. So yes, just because I enjoyed that book so much, I'm okay being the only person I know who pronounces it maraschino now. A mask? No, just a cowl. Someone gets on your case for pronouncing a word differently? Please. I'm immune. I say Jif. All of this is nothing. Actually, you know, for the first time someone made a great case for GIF the other day. Almost all of them are bad. Like the logic behind them is not good at all. It fails its own logic tests. But someone pointed out the other day that like globalization has caused the need for a lot of words to be renderable in as many languages as possible. And very, very few languages are going to be like English, where G plus vowel, like the word gift is itself an exception to the rule of how things are pronounced in English, if you think of like giant or giraffe or something like that. But that's only English. If you're going through all the languages of the world, then GIF is going to be the one that more people guess based on their linguistic experience. And that was actually a pretty good explanation for why the split is currently 70-30 despite the creator's best efforts. And Deli, you should be able to type words if you want to. I see you're still using a lot of emotes. I don't know if that's just because you like using the emotes, or because you did not catch that I lifted that restriction. Although if it's not letting you, you may need to reload. I think one person said they needed to reload for it to work. There's no pressure to type, Telly. I just wanted to make sure that if you wanted to, you could. I'm just glad you're hanging out. I think your Twitch experience should be like exactly what you want it to be. So if you get the most joy out of that, that's exactly what it should be. Oh, did they make a quest solely to remind me that I can dive underwater in some places in case I forgot, which I totally did. Nice. You know, you spend 11 years going on grand adventures and saving worlds and overthrowing evil and reforging nations, and you still end up spending your first 12 hours of every new expansion chasing waterlogged sack. There's something very comforting in a way that no matter how famous you get, no matter how powerful you get, no matter how many great feats you accomplish, you are never too good to be doing someone's errands for several hours of every expansion. They take the idea of like time vampire filler content and make it seem like part of your characterization. Or brown mud. Yeah, we were collecting mud for a bit there too. Mud and mushrooms. Am I missing something? Mind games. How it do okay. This section is a little longer than I expected, with the way the side quests panned out, but other than that, pretty good. I think I'm going to wrap up the Thavnarian branch of the early stuff and take a nap. I can feel the cognitive dysfunction coming behind, or the executive dysfunction coming in behind my eyes. Anything interesting in the side quests? There's a lot of interesting, like, kind of flavor about how this area treats alchemy and superstitions and materials that they use, and it's really good for feeling like you're getting to know the place. That way you'll care what happens to it later. But I wouldn't say there's any of the, like, big lore expanding stuff that we would need to be referencing over and over and over again. Just stuff that makes you feel kind of at home here. I'd say the vast majority of it has been like, what do we use this for, and what is the mythology associated with this? Do we do it? Yeah, all the side quests are done. Back to the creepy ass kid. Look at he's even like even his idle animations. You are so creepy, child. Are you sure I can even trust you? Like, when I first got to town, everyone had worked themselves into exhaustion and was just passed out like Black Rose hit the place. And he walks up with a basket of dragon scales like this is perfectly normal. And they are just all stirred to life, and he's just like, yep, this is fine. And then he judges Estinian for asking too many questions. This kid is like, I've got all my eyes on you. Dodo mounts are the best. Yeah, I was also thinking of Hildebrand when they made off with Estinian. No way. This kid works for someone untrustworthy. I'm gonna feed them both to something. Full disclosure, my gut on who to trust is middling at best. I remember spending all of Heavensward convinced Aymeric was going to shank us in the back, and he turned out to be one of the nicest people. Voice too smooth, hair too nice, didn't trust him. Yeah, I was very skeptical of Aymeric. He had really like nice hair that no one else had, this really smooth voice. He was like good at talking politics. I was convinced he was gonna pop a swerve somewhere like right in the middle of that story. And nope, he's a workaholic who bought a barbecue 10 years ago because he thinks he's gonna have all his friends over for this like big party, but he's too busy to have that party, and so the grill has never been lit. His apron has never been worn, but one day. One day. Oh no, by heaven's word. I think the lead up to Heaven's Word is where I was most suspicious of him. I think I expected him to turn by like 2 point. My memory isn't very good on this. 2.4 and 2.5 is where we did the Vishap stuff. I think 2.5 was Vishap. Was Nabrialis or Vishap first? I remember they were like split, right? Nabri was first, Vishap. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah. When I was convinced, he was gonna betray us, was when he met and gave us all of those resources. Like he came to Mordona and gave us a bunch of mats. But no, he turned out to be like one of our best friends by Heaven's Word's End. But that'll teach me to judge a book by its cover. Sometimes nice hair and smooth voiced people are okay. Anime has made me too suspicious. Dude, I still have mega respect for Ilberd. I mean, I was immediately suspicious of Ilberd. I was so sure he was gonna betray us. And then he convinced me he wouldn't. Then he did. Awesome. Best bad guy. Yeah, Traitor in the Midst. Traitor in the Midst has Ilberd on the picture, and I saw that and I was like, it's so obvious. That what like it's supposed the quest name is supposed to be for the Ivy. Ivy's the traitor in the mist, and we're hanging out with Ilberd. But like it's gonna be Ilberd is the traitor in the midst. And then we went and hunted the Ivy, and he's like, I'd rather cut off my own arm than betray a friend. And I was like, oh damn, I suspected you of being the traitor in the midst. I'm sorry, bro. And then one cutscene arc later, he cuts off his friend's arm. He got me twice too, because when he was like, I always try to give him credit for both of these. He got me again when he was the Griffin. Because he's talking to Elidibus and he's like, yeah, my pawns get everything they want. Your pawns get used and thrown away with all their dreams unfulfilled. And then that's exactly what he does to all his followers. God, just the best bad guy. Like, totally transparent, and you give him the benefit of the doubt, and he screws you anyway. I think we were just all so focused on how obvious the stuff about Ilberd was that we expected more from it, and yeah, he got everything he wanted. I know in the grand scheme of things, Ilberd is a rather forgettable figure in the grand scheme of things, but in the context of the place he had in this story and what he accomplished, I feel like he's one of like the best mile markers on this journey. The Tower of Zot. Oh, FF4 reference. You know, I've never played FF4. I hate to admit. I know there's going to be a ton of 4 references in this that I'm going to miss too. Have you played the Pixel Master remake or Pixel remaster for this one? Have not. Okay, dang. When it comes to like the accessible versions of Final Fantasies I haven't played, I'm so used to the status quo being, well, your option is Steam, but it's like a mobile port of a handheld port of a remake of an old game, and that there's a lot of issues with it. And so I'm like, I'll just wait until like the good version is out that they fixed up for PC, because they seem so committed to having everything on PC now. And I'm not used to there actually being a good PC option yet. So if Pixel Remaster is the one that it's like, hey, it's time to actually dive into this and you'll really enjoy it, that would be great. I'd love that. Yeah, I love the dodo mount. It looks like you're actually riding like a starlight dodo. Just like a holiday roast. Actually, believe it or not, the description of it being a new coat of paint on the SNES version is probably one of the best ways to sell it to me. I feel like all of the ports and remakes have made me very confused about which one is a good idea. This is cool. You can actually see like the giant skull quarry. Either current. Let's get that. Do I have to unlock flying before I can go in there? Oh well. We did you. You can't do this to me. I'm a good person. Alright, what are these side quests about? Someone's dodo wandered away. I thought we were gonna get back to main scenario and important things were gonna happen. But someone's dodo has run away. Gotta put everything on hold. Oh, someone's dodo has run far away. This feels much, much longer than the forum arc. Yes, yalms are just yards. Ilms for inches, fulms for feet, yalms for yards, malms for miles. When every other country uses metric, how foreign and exotic and strange these inches are. In world, there's actually, like, it's canon that the length of an inch was decided because a fight broke out over, I think it was the length of a bolt of cloth, and the admiral of the city that I come from ordered part of someone's thumb to be chopped off to be used as the new standardized measurement. Not the current admiral, mind you. Though I wouldn't put it past her to do something like that. Also, yes, this game has its more fucked up moments. Like if you play the game from start to finish, you'll figure it out pretty quick. Because like the beginning of the game is you becoming an adventurer. And like going around to your first couple of dungeons to make your bones and make a name for yourself. And there are these other parties that are like kind of not competing with you, but they're going to the same places, trying to do the same stuff. And they all end up dying. And one of the ones that you're following, their tank gets his head cut off, and the healer is his girlfriend, and she like carries his head around in a sack and tries to marry him by bringing him back from the dead, and he turns into a void scent, and then she becomes a ghost who haunts the town, and then this Tactics Ogre reference comes in, and this necromancer gets her soul, and she starts carrying a scythe. Like, there's this whole saga. It's awesome. Also, as long as there isn't a monster following you at the time you fall, you will not die. If a monster's following you, you will die. Pick that one up. Where is it though? Harvest an ingredient without being murdered by the local wildlife. Easy peasy. Go away, Simurg. Places seem better days. If I get back there and I turn in these side quests and it pops more side quests, I'm cutting the video. We will do a Thavnair Fork Part 2, even if it's just 2 side quests. Really nice view. Really like the distance shots in this zone. Whoa, Dollmill. I'm not running down there. I'm teleporting down there. Okay, so one person's dodo ran away. It was a dodo hatchery. One of the dodos laid an egg there. We brought the egg back. That all sounds kind of relevant-ish. Oh yeah, this is the one where you kind of drop down into the... quest for you. And quest for you. I'd say that one's kind of emblematic of a lot of the side quests we've done so far, Murph, is they give you a knife to go cut a plant without being mauled to death by animals. You go out, you shave the plant, you come back, you give them the plant shavings and their knife. They tell you a little bit about incense, because incense is important to their culture. You feel immersed in the culture. And then 10 more side quests pop, even though it was nap o'clock an hour ago. Sack of giant skull. When I want to feel immersed, I use my immersion blender.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Yeah, Thangred spent half this game in a depressive episode. It's cool to hear him saying this stuff.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
Broody
That
boy
about
hours.
sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
I can see the framing that they're trying to do here. And I, like, you on your worst day is one of my favorite tropes for antagonists. But for something feels off about it. Like, I have a hard time buying that that's what's really going on, even though we're gonna, like, try framing it that way. But if that is what's going on, that is my preferred framing, I guess. There's just something feels very, very off. Especially this whole idea, the idea that the world is uniting in common cause against these two guys as we know them. Like, one guy who just really wants to fight just us, like doesn't care about anything else in the world at all, just us. And then one guy who claims to want to die and take everything with him as kind of our, like, evil murder clown character that always comes in the last chapter. And I feel like there's gotta be more to it if this is like the emotional final chapter. So I see the framing that they're going for, but I don't know if I buy it just yet. But again, if this is what's going on, that's my preferred framing anyway.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel.
Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong
Good
enough
seeing
to
you, Lemon.
withstand our experiments.
I'm hoping to head to bed after this arc as well. It is half past nap o'clock. But thank you so much for hanging.
We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Well, if we had to put that much work into a talisman, I'm glad it looks cool. Can I buy one on the
Afforded
SE
such
store next year?
protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless. Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay, it doesn't seem to have popped more side quests. I'm gonna say I'm proud of my Warrior of Light for seeing a bad guy out of the corner of his eye and not just going and tracking them for a minute and not doing anything, but like running away from all their friends like, get his bitch ass! We really have grown as a character. Still waiting to see if we're actually going to acknowledge how Mahachi this looks, or if we're just gonna treat it like the Amdapori Sin Eater situation.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Who could have foreseen walking directly up to the tower would be a bad idea?
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Oh, the voice is back.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
If you don't accept the identity as your own, I wonder if the tempering even goes with it.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh, this is much more fun.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting.
Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Okay, so in terms of tapping big plot points from across the timeline of the entire game and using big figures to the fullest to make it sound like they always had big roles and to weave together something new out of something that we had pieces of for a while, that was pretty good shit. That was a really good way to use a few different things and play them off of each other in a satisfying way, especially in kind of an unexpected way, because I don't think anybody would really sit down and predict that Amon, who had spent from, as far as we knew, from 5,000 years ago until just recently locked in the tower, is the guy that we've been messing with for the last few weeks. Which is, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the way that this is coming together. This has some potential. I like this. In terms of why Fandaniel is behaving differently, this opens a lot of doors because like I said, I haven't gone down a lot of roads where Fandaniel is not tempered, because it just seems so unlikely when you look at like Nabriales, Mitron, Logriff. They all resumed that connection. This is playing two of the ideas off of each other because, like we saw with Gaia, if you accept that identity, like what identity you accept plays into how the soul you've inherited functions. So for Fandaniel to reject his own identity, I am curious if that makes him immune to the tempering influence too. So if he identifies primarily as Amon, then he's not technically Fandaniel. I don't know. This whole thing is interesting. It's in terms of like giving me multiple things to think about at once during the story instead of one thing to barrel down and see if I'm right or wrong. I like this. This is a good twist. I saw a lot of theories that Amon was Emmet. I've joked about it, but the timeline just doesn't make sense, especially in terms of like when Amon was alive. Because we know Emmett Selk played a role in the Empire, but we don't know what it is. It looks like he was just kind of nudging people as himself to a degree. I also really liked that we got to see him shoulder pads on, hood up, mask on. We didn't get to see that last time, so that was a good shot. And yeah, you're right. I was asking about the dual voice thing earlier, and if the dual voice thing is a little bit of like the identity that accepts Amon and the identity that accepts Fandaniel, that would be a cool way to play this too. And I hate to go back to something that I saw in a trailer, because if you figure it out based on the last trailer that comes out, did you really predict anything, or is it just a spoiler? But so many people were trying to figure out why it sounded like Fandaniel like loved Zodiark in the trailer, and that could be the answer to that question. If there really is kind of multiple sides of him, and one is more accepting of Amon and one is more accepting of the Fandaniel, it's more dynamic than Murder Clown, which is all I wanted. It's all I like. That was my number. That was my only goal, and we're meeting my only goal. So I will take it. Bringing Alagon history into the middle of this after we've spent so long on ancient history, it felt like Blame Alagons had become Blame Ancients. So to use a little bit of each and kind of go back and forth on them and have them play off of each other during the final chapter is really, really satisfying. So yeah, that was unexpected and that was fun. I liked it. I liked it. I want more of that. Oh man, the map is clear. We're going back to where we started. We're talking to Fandaniel. Or not Fandaniel, Thancred. As you can tell, I am tired. I am very tired. I really wanted to get the entire Thavnair arc of the Fork in one video, because we've been doing really good at spacing out our videos to have like coherent blocks of story in them. Yes, no new side quests. And yet we're not going back to Charleon. Is there, like, for those of you who have pulled ahead of me, is there a point, like, if I were to keep going with where I'm going, would I eventually end up back in that room in Charleon where it forked and then they would combine into one thing? Okay. And how far away am I from that? Excellent. Okay, so I don't have to worry about this, like, sending me towards the dungeon before I go back there and screwing up the whole pacing video. The Labyrinthos one was shorter than this one. I was gonna say that it had more direct story stuff, but not after that. Now they're kind of on par, but past and present. So you'll be there before you know it. But that's the plan right now. Is I'm very tired and I do want to sleep. But I would love to be able to crop this video and have the Thavnair fork in it, and then be able to wake up and be in that room with the combined fork and be able to launch from there. Because I feel like what's happening right now is we're getting very close to beating the large amount of fluff that SE put into the beginning to ensure that no one hit a Raubon gate, really. As I feel like that's what's going on right now, is they're desperately trying to prevent a Raubon gate from happening. And instead we got the lobby server acting up instead. But as we are hopefully closing in on winding down on this video, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who stuck around and tuned in and even just dropped by for a few minutes, because again, I expected to be doing this a lot of this alone, just kind of practicing using the streaming mechanics, uploading to YouTube, doing the VODs, just kind of learning how everything works. I didn't expect anybody was going to actually hang out with me, because I thought they would be doing the main scenario themselves. So I'm glad that doing it slow has allowed a few more people to pop in and feel comfortable that they won't be spoiled by this stream. And especially since, I mean, keeping the average viewers above 3 has enabled us to, hopefully by the time we start doing like more serious streams and campfire streams and speculation streams, we'll actually have the affiliate tools open, I think. And then I won't have to use third-party tools for things like polls and stuff. That should be good. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Second monitor content. I like that.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rods at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, The rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Rads Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
Inconspicuous vessel. I was gonna not. Nope, never mind. Nope.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Inconspicuous vessel.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rads Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protecting charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Perfect.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That was pretty cool. I didn't have any expectations or predictions of Thavnair at all. I was just pretty like open to the idea of coming here and exploring and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And I never would have guessed that Frisha was just the one running the whole thing. That's pretty cool. I think I've had like passing thoughts in the past as to like why wouldn't a worm ever try something like that, but I didn't think it would actually make it into like the story or the game or anything like that. So that's really, really, really cool. Yeah, Reacher's gone full wizard. So yeah, another cool cutscene. So far, this has been like really fun. I haven't had any moments yet that are like, oh no. So I'm having a good time so far. I think in terms of like pulling at my heartstrings, that first homage to 1.0's opening cutscene was really, really, really good. But yeah, that Amon reveal and the Breacher reveal were pretty fun. That sets up the story on a good path, I think. I think it also, like, like, one of the things I always think about in retrospect is the, why didn't Gandalf just have the eagles fly the ring to Mordor principle? Like, if people can ask that question and the answer isn't clear, you've got a problem. So I always try to figure that kind of thing out, and I think that this reveal does a lot to explain kind of why we wouldn't have gone different routes than we have. They aren't taxis. So yeah, the fact that Vritra would have had no reason to see nations the way that man does, or the interactions between nations as man does, and would have analyzed the situation with Garlemald and Ishgard and all them differently. That could play into making excuses for just about any answer of why we didn't approach some of the things differently that we could have. And I really like things that do a lot of narrative lifting like that. So I think overall what I've seen so far is that they're really making the most of the pieces that they have, because they threw a lot of plot hooks out that they, I imagine, are trying to find interesting ways to use in the end. Wait, well, wrong way. Oh, no. Just use the Ethernet here. In retrospect, though, I am glad I stayed in Charleon for a bit and did that arc first. Actually, I'm not sure if it's gonna start more cutscenes and pull them all together if I hit complete, so I'm actually gonna decline this. And I'm gonna wrap up for now, and we will actually start the next section by completing this, just in case. So once again, I want to thank everybody who came and actually sat and chatted and prodded me as we went through this. Again, I didn't expect a lot of company, and you have made it a lot more fun than I expected. So I'm going to move this one over to YouTube, catch a nap, come back, get all this organized, and we will pick right back up where we left off, stacking these VODs on top of each other. I will see you then. Thank you so much for the company. It has made this a very interesting journey so far, and we are barely even getting started. If you are in the chat right now, but have only been able to send emotes and have not heard this message yet, there is a link to a Discord under the video. And if you go there and click the little meteor symbol that says that you agree not to be a jerk in the Discord, you can let me know that you'd like to talk, and I will add you as a VIP for this. And hopefully we'll be able to engage each other a little more directly then. I will see all of you after a nap. Thank you so much again. See you at the next.